Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the final, we think, Planning Commission meeting of 2022. If you'll all please join me with the Pledge of Allegiance, we'll get started. Good morning, Mr. Villalobos. As always, please do the roll call and TV coverage announcement.
Yes, thank you. Chair Cooney and members of the Commission, good morning. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Samaria, and Market areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at after 5 p.m. on CSB TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call. Commissioner Bradley.
Here.
Commissioner Farini.
Here.
Commissioner Martinez. Here. And Chair Cooney.
Here.
And we are expecting Commissioner Parks soon.
He'll be here by lunchtime. Thank you very much, Mr. Villalobos. We're going to turn to Mr. Wilson for our agenda status and projection reports.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. In regards to the status of the agenda today, we have two items on the standard agenda. One is the continuance of the Highway 101 widening segment project. And then we also have a housing legislation briefing that is scheduled as we're all anxiously awaiting. We do have a hard stop or break this morning at 11:30 a.m. for a recess for a holiday luncheon, and that is at Playa Azul. And staff and the applicants are ready to present on those items today, Mr. Chair. I can move to the projection report if you'd like.
Please.
So today is our last hearing of 2022, and we will reconvene in the new year on January 11th and the Santa Barbara hearing room. There's already 3 items projected for that date. A cannabis retail location on State Street, an appeal of a garage conversion, and a lot line adjustment. And then our next hearing after that is on January 25th, and that will be located in the Santa Maria hearing room. And there are 2 items projected for that date. The appeal of a cannabis cultivation in the Cuyama area, and then another appeal of a cannabis project on Long Canyon Road. And then moving down into the year, our next hearing is on February 1st, and we will be back in Santa Barbara for that hearing for 2 items. Another appeal of a cannabis cultivation operation in Carpinteria on 5601 Casitas Pass Road. And then we have an appeal of the Santa Barbara Road or Access Road Maintenance Project on February 1st. And then we don't have anything projected yet for February 8th, and then moving down to February 22nd, which is in Santa Barbara. And we have the, so far we have the 2022 Comprehensive Plan Annual Progress Report scheduled on February 22nd. And then we don't have anything else projected until March 29th, which we have the safety element update for wildfire policies. And the March 29th is in Santa Maria hearing location. That concludes the projection report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Any commissioners with questions about the beginning of 2023? Not seeing any, I think we can move to the public comment portion of our administrative agenda. This is when we invite members of the public to address the commission on matters of interest to the commission other than those which are on today's agenda. Do we have any public speakers this morning?
Mr. Chair, we did not have any speakers submit for general public comment. They are all for item number 1 on our standard agenda. But as is normal, I want to offer the opportunity for those, particularly on Zoom, if you want to speak on something on today's agenda, raise your hand, and I will call on you. I do not see any hands raised.
All right. Then we'll close the public comment portion of our administrative agenda and move to Planning Commissioner informational reports. Any holiday comments or concerns from commissioners?
So
Commissioner
this-
Bridley?
Thank you. This is just popped into my head, but I'm a member of American Planning Association. I'm sure lots of people on the staff are too, but there was a great article in a planner advisory service about intergenerational housing projects, and it spoke exactly to the case we had last week in Orchid. I should probably just send that link to David. He can share it, because what's interesting is it, spoke to how this is a new housing trend and how a lot of communities are going to be seeing this in the future. So I just share that. Sorry.
Thank you. All matters housing of great interest to us at this point. Let's go to the director's report, and we're fortunate to have our director in person here with us today. Ms. Plowman.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I am just wanting to research one quick thing for you. I think that's it. All right, I'm ready. So I have a brief report for you this morning, mostly just focused on what the board's recent actions were related to items that had been heard by the commission. Yesterday, they approved a land use element amendment updating the disadvantaged communities and the unincorporated areas component of the land use element. They also heard the Summerlin Association appeal of the fuel depot sign, and the board denied the appeal and upheld the request of the applicant for the sign. We did get some good news that we think that the association and Mr. Price, the applicant, are going to be working together on some of the other issues that were not related to the sign, but maybe have to do with some lighting and of the canopy and whatnot. So they seem to be, after the hearing, working together, and I think that's to be a positive thing for the community. And then on the series appeal that was heard by the board yesterday, the applicant made a request to modify their project description to state that they would include carbon scrubbers within 24 months instead of 12 months, because they felt like they needed the time to be able to work with SCE and deal with some of the panel upgrades that they might need to utilize. And so the board accepted that change in their project description. And as a result, the Planning Commission's condition was modified to be consistent with that. And so the condition really implements the project description change that they had proposed. And so the board approved that project and denied the appeal. So that is where we are. And I really don't have much more to report, and I don't have anything on our long-range calendar yet for the board. So we do have a lot of things coming up. We just haven't posted them yet on potential dates, but there are other appeals that are going to be heard, cannabis appeals that will work through you and then eventually get to the board. But that's where we are today. Oh,
Mike.
you're. So yes, we do have a family-friendly office closure between the Christmas holiday and New Year's. So the last week of December, the county closes its offices. We call it a family-friendly holiday closure. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from other commissioners? I have one. I had a lucky break and was able to watch the series appeal
Yeah.
on television, and I think it was important and worth mentioning, along with the applicant's appeal. There was considerable discussion about how to go forward with these various projects, and in particular odor abatement plans. With respect to the case before the board yesterday, the series appeal, there was an effort, I think, by several board members to try and get the applicant to install scrubbers prior to, at least some, prior to the 24 months, because of concern that surrounding neighbors are really suffering from odor issues. And while I don't recall that there was any specific commitment on the part of the applicant, there was discussion about the FOGCO method of odor abatement, and questions about whether that itself causes problems for surrounding neighbors. But looking at the project going forward and forgetting the fact that scrubbers may be coming down the line, what is the obligation of the applicant at this point, based on the board's action, to prevent odor from reaching the ordinance requirements of residentially zoned property?
So Mr. Chair, like all other cannabis applications, they are required to have an odor abatement plan that addresses odors being detected in residential zones. And in this particular case, the neighbors that seem to have the most impact are not in a residential zone, they're agricultural. So that doesn't help them in particular. But they do, so if we get complaints from residential zones in their vicinity, we would have to investigate all the different grows in that area as to whether or not their systems are working, right? Like, are they functioning? And so that's where the consultant, Geosyntec, that we're going to be working with is going to be helping us to try and determine that. I think the applicant was reluctant to make any commitments beyond the scrubbers that they're going to be putting into their processing or building, because they are going to have some on site. It's just that they don't have them in the greenhouses at this point. So they just said they didn't want to make any promises that they couldn't keep. So, I think long term, what our goal has been in the department is to help applicants make their OAPs as flexible as possible so that they can change their odor abatement mechanism if it's not working, without having to get a revised permit and go through the process again. So that's what we're doing on our end, is like build in options for yourselves so that you can switch midstream if we can demonstrate that it's not working effectively, the program that or the method you've implemented. I don't know if Ceres is a site that impacts residential zones. That is to be determined. But we are going to be going out and looking at all these sites with our consultant. So it's not going to help the direct neighbor, unfortunately.
Right. It's a little bit unique because of its location, and it is surrounded by agricultural properties. But my perception is that the applicants are accepting the science to the extent we have it now, that carbon scrubbers are significantly better than other methods of odor control. It's just a little bit in limbo while we wait for the scrubbers to be installed and test, and I'm sure it'll be an opportunity for code enforcement to learn more about the odor in the area. But it fell short of a celebration that the industry now accepts scrubbers all around. It is a step in that direction.
I think it's evolving, and we don't know. There may be another technology that becomes available that we don't know about yet, but it's definitely evolving, and the Growers Association was involved in that study, and the growers in Carpinteria are analyzing it, and I know there are some hurdles for them cost-wise, and they have had some challenges in working with Southern California Edison. In some cases, it's taken long periods of time to get particular upgrades, but I think you're right that there seems to be a move in that direction, and that I think the study only kind of helps provide that evidence for them to make that choice.
Well, I would just comment finally that I thought the role staff played in bringing us to this point was significant. The acquisition of equipment represented to be able to detect odors is going to be pushing growers in that direction. So whether it's scrubbers or something we don't even know about now, I think the odor issues are going to be closer to resolution now than they ever have, and staff is to be complimented for helping them get there without totally turning off the grower community.
Thank you. Our
much
cannabis
more cooperative.
I appreciate that. The cannabis team has worked really hard, and I mean, we understand the impact in the community, and we want to do what we can within the bounds of our requirements to help the situation.
Great.
Yeah.
Commissioner Park.
I'd like to add a little information here. And I don't want to turn this into a non-agendized discussion of cannabis. It takes up Christmas luncheon day. But I do want to share some information. And it's sometimes you learn more off the record than on the record, as you all know. And with this project, which was really one of two projects, I heard from several members of the industry, in fact, several members of the same family. There's a joke that Carpinteria High could be renamed Van Wingerden High. There's so many Van Wingerdens there. And what I was informed is actually most growers supported the Planning Commission action because they felt that there was a fairness issue, that if they were required to spend the amount of money for scrubbers, that all of the growers should, especially someone who was a former president of the Growers Association. And they all knew about the SCS study, because remember that study was done in the summer. So they all knew that the study was coming that said that these things were so effective. And so they all figured, you might as well have your condition. I mean, it doesn't really make any difference because they'll be required under their agreement with the coalition to do this anyway. So that's just kind of intriguing background information. But the reason I wanted to speak is I want the commission to remember we have other tools than just the specific provision of the cannabis ordinance that deals with detection of odor in residential neighborhoods. That obviously has to be discussed, that provision, but there are other things that we have to look at, and especially with a unique location like this. There is our ag element. You can discuss whether it applies or not on ag. I think there's some disagreement there. But remember that Rose Grower was saying that the Fog Coast system was actually causing more damage to their agricultural operation than cannabis odor was. And so you get to look at that tool, and we also have our finding 2.1.5 that shows up in all sorts of projects and almost all these cannabis projects because they're coastal location, which is compatibility with the neighborhood. So just because these are not residential neighborhoods that trigger that specific provision of the cannabis ordinance doesn't mean that we're without tools to try to regulate these in ways that benefit the area. But let's move on.
Any other questions?
Any response to that?
Nope.
Any other questions for our director? Commissioner Martinez.
Yeah,
Yes, good morning, everyone. I just want to make sure I'm hearing this correctly then. So the grower, I'll call him, is going to have 2 years to implement the carbon scrubbers
In the
in
greenhouses.
the greenhouses. But during that 2-year period of time, they'll have a permit to do their growing, I'll call it.
Correct. And they'll be using the FOGCO system as their odor abatement method during that time frame.
Okay, so I guess my thinking is then in the future then when people will apply for, or when growers will apply for their permits, they will ask for the same period of time to comply.
They may.
Yeah, which, I mean, we're trying to do something that's uniform, which was the carbon scrubbers. Now, the carbon scrubbers seems to be an implementation time of 2 years. And I'm just concerned how that can impact when we have people come in and we're trying to condition permits to be with the carbon scrubbers. And I guess this is telling us what the uniformity will be. It's 2 years to comply. But it also falls into my concerns in regards to, we have that provision in these OAPs that as technology, let's just say, develops and there's other things, let's say there's something better than carbon scrubbers, I guess during that 2-year period of time, will staff have the ability to say, well, carbon scrubbers have fallen to the wayside, we have this new technology which is better, we'll still be able to implement that phrase which is within those applications.
So, Commissioner Martinez, through the chair, council's getting a little nervous because we're going pretty far afield here and this is not agendized.
Yeah.
What I will say is that we have the ability through our odor abatement plan to work with growers to change the methodology of their odor abatement if it's not working. And that could happen any time between when they start and when we find that it's not working. So I think I probably should not say any more than that, or I'm
Okay,
going to get
well, I
a swift
understand.
kick to the shin under the table.
I'm surprised it hasn't happened.
I know.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner
Thank you.
Martinez and Ms. Plowman. We look forward to seeing you later in the day. And it's time for us to turn to item number 1 on our agenda. We should read that into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of the State of California Department of Transportation and the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments to consider case numbers 21 DVP 22 and 21 CDP 76, as well as the Caltrans completed environmental impact report dated August 26, 2014, revised EIR dated October 27, 2017, EIR addendum dated June 1st, 2018, another addendum dated May 3rd, 2020, an addendum dated May 5th, 2021, and a final addendum in February of 2022.
Very good. We'll start out with asking commissioners if they've had any ex parte contacts regarding this matter since our first hearing. Commissioner Park?
You know, as usual, I try to answer a question without directly answering it. I'm teasing. But, I don't have any ex parte disclosures, but I do want to make some disclosures that came to mind as I read the various letters and so forth. I've had contacts with so many people that have written in for a very long period of time. I don't think any of them qualify as reasons for recusal under the FPPC regs, but I'm sure Mr. Pettit will tell me if he disagrees. For example, Mr. Wilbrandt's client, I represented his client 15 years ago, something like that, on a construction dispute. I don't think that bears anything on this or is a reason for recusal. Mr. McKenzie, who's written extensively in opposition, boy, this goes back, was one of my mentors with his friend Michael London when I was a Big England attorney 45 years ago. Mr. Smigel, I was involved with him in a matter, and I can't remember it so long ago, 40 years, whether I was representing him or on the other side, but I got to know him and I believe his brother. And of course, Ms. Petrovich, who wrote in, I think, on behalf of herself, because she didn't identify a client in her letter. I mean, I've known her for 45 years and others, and then I've been an ardent supporter of SBCAG and its projects since I've been on the commission, so I don't think I have any uneven loyalties here, but at least I've disclosed them, and if somebody thinks it's significant, we'll write a letter to the paper or something. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Any others? Don't see any, so we can turn to the applicant. Let's start with staff. Sorry, Mr. Schmuckel, welcome.
Well, good morning, Chair Cooney and members of the commission. I'm Chris Schmuckel, the planner for the project. Since the project was last before the commission, staff worked with the applicant to draft some additional conditions of approval based off of the Montecito Planning Commission's resolution and from public comment regarding noise at the construction support site. Staff has drafted a memo dated December 6, 2022, which included 5 additional conditions of approval, conditions number 26 through 30. Staff and Caltrans met and discussed the proposed condition language and ensured that the conditions were both feasible to implement and also to enforce. So staff continues to recommend approval of the project subject to the revised conditions of approval. And the applicant team is here and they have a brief presentation, and County Flood Control staff is here as well in case there's any questions for them. So if the commission wants, we can pull up the memo and go through the conditions, or alternatively, Caltrans can present and we can do that at a later time.
The question is, before the commission, do you want to hear from the applicant before we go through the conditions, or proceed with the proposed revised conditions now? Anybody have feeling on that? Commissioner Bridley, you're attentive to the order of things. How would you like to see
I
it?
think it would make sense on this case to actually hear from the applicant, and we know we can get further feedback if we have questions during the conditions.
That's okay with everybody. We will then turn to the applicant. Mr. Luna, welcome. Welcome back, I should say.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, I'm Fred Luna with SBCAG. Yes, it's good to be back. And we're representing the project team here, so we have a number of them in the audience today. And so it's a pleasure to again be here to talk about Highway 101 in the Montecito segment. I think we can bring up the presentation if you can. And then we do have a few slides, like Mr. Schmuckel said, and it'll be just a couple of us presenting today. I think our emphasis today is to, when we were here last, we were answering questions and discussing the project, and we presented the overall components of the project. I think today our emphasis is we were given a little homework, and we walked away, and we've had a number of discussions and meetings internally to the project team. Also, there were comment letters that were provided, so we carefully reviewed those as a project team, seeing where we could accommodate maybe some of the requests. We worked with county staff on those, and so you'll see that as they go through those modified conditions. And then we've looked at the project, and then you'll hear a little bit about how we plan on implementing. I think that's important as we move forward, just to see how we're going to work with the community and other stakeholders, and also the county itself to fulfill the conditions and stay in compliance and implement the project within the community. Let's see. We were also considering the comments that were provided from Mr. Woolbrandt at the last meeting, and so we did have a specific correspondence with the project team, and then we actually had a sit-down meeting with Mr. Woolbrandt just to make sure that we understood fully the requests being made and what the project team could accommodate. And so what you will see today is at least our discussions with county staff as to what can be fulfilled. There are some things that we were already doing. I think we mentioned that in November at the concrete mix site to make that run more efficiently and reduce the noise, all the while we were mentioning, and we have continued to operate that within the original compliance parameters that were given to us. As far as implementation, Kirsten Ayers is going to talk a little bit about, like I mentioned before, some of the strategies we have to work with the community, and then she's going to outline those details. If you can go to the next slide, and then I'll transition over to her. The discussions of the concrete mix site and some of the changes and accommodations we're making. I think the one thing we wanted to show here on this slide, you see the full length of the 11-mile corridor. And so there were some statements, I think, at the last hearing about the potential for possibly moving the site, but we've investigated that, and I think I said at the time there was no, we never envisioned moving the site at all. And we purposely intended picking a site somewhat centrally located. So you can see that in this picture is that the mix site was there to at least serve the project that's now complete in Carpinteria. It's currently serving the segments that are under construction in orange and blue, the Padaro and Summerlin segments. And then what we're asking for, as you know, is an additional 2 years to fulfill and complete the Montecito segment. And so you can see that there, and I'll hand it over to Kirsten, and she has a lot more details about some of the implementation measures and provisions that are being made.
Thanks, Fred. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. If you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So as Fred mentioned, the concrete mix site, and as you all probably know, the concrete mix site is an integral part of the overall project delivery process. And it has a number of environmental benefits in addition to mixing concrete. And those include helping us reduce truck miles, both for the delivery of the raw materials and for the mixed concrete itself. The mixed concrete itself, because we're not having to drive it as far to get it to the project site to pour it, we reduce the amount of water used. And we reduce about 400,000 gallons of water used by having the concrete mixed on site. So it's a big number. We also have equity concerns with neighbors. So what that means is that since we're not driving long truck trips for this concrete mix, we're reducing the amount of additional traffic of these big trucks in other neighborhoods outside the project area. So we're keeping the concrete mix within where we're building the improvements. This helps save taxpayers about $10 to $15 million. We'll know the exact number when the concrete prices fall out at the end of the project. They change all the time. And then an additional commitment that we've made to the public and Mr. Wolbrandt is that the project itself with the concrete mix site will end after the Montecito segment, and it will be re-landscaped. And so we've already shared preliminary landscape plans with CHIP. These include eucalyptus and cypress trees, as well as understory and grasses, ground cover plantings to remediate the site once the concrete mix site is finished. And then we have an ongoing commitment to be a good neighbor. And we take this very seriously, both from a proactive stance and a responsive stance. So if you could go to the next slide, please. Part of the concrete that we're talking about is part of the overall noise abatement strategy for the project at large. So I just highlighted a portion of this. The continuously reinforced concrete pavement actually is a quieter surface overall for a longer period of time. And we touched on this at our initial presentation in November. But asphalt pavement starts out quieter but loses attenuation after 3 to 4 years. This pavement has a lifespan about 50 years and has a longer maintenance-free period, if you will, or lower maintenance period, which means that the amount of tire noise generated from cracks and potholes and repairs is less because there's less maintenance. What this also means is that there's less impact for the traveling public and for neighbors. So when maintenance for Caltrans goes out, they have to close a lane. This, of course, backs up traffic, causes more traffic on local streets. So we're able to reduce that with this pavement itself. So it's a key part of delivering a project that has a long maintenance life, if you will, but also a lesser impact overall for the longer period with this surface. Next slide. So when we talk about this project and have been talking about it out in the public for 6 to 10 years now, and we continue to talk about it, we try to set expectations both for the freeway side and for the local road sides. And so what we go out and we say is that hey, we're going to do the majority of construction during the day, but we're also going to keep 2 lanes open during the day in each direction on the freeway. So what that means in order to create that balance is that we're going to have some work at night, we're going to have some ramp closures, there are going to be some detours. What we want you to expect is that you're going to see us out there during the day, but then you'll also see us out there at night. And when we're out there at night, there will be noise, both from the construction side of things and for the construction support sites and on the local roads. So we work to try to give advance notice, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that, but also with the first responders, so the community knows what to expect. Next slide, please. So I mentioned that the project team has tried to be extremely proactive in being a good neighbor and responsive. What we thought we'd do is outline a few of the points that we share with the public all the time, but we also shared with Mr. Wolbrandt since the last hearing, some specifics at each of our locations. So the concrete mix site itself, since this was a topic of discussion, proactively the team already shielded a number of pieces of equipment to try to reduce noise before we started operations. We've also, since it started running, work to turn off alarms. We have a lot of OSHA requirements, as you can imagine, that include backup beepers and different types of alarms when we start up the site. We've been able to reduce those significantly down to we have to keep one on, the initial startup alarm, but the rest of it we've been able to rework some of our practices to turn off those alarms. One of the ways we've been able to do that is to have a one-way truck route so that we're not backing trucks up, so we don't have to use the backup beepers. So that took some rejiggering and some tooling around to make it work, but we were able to implement that. We also have ongoing noise monitors, both from Caltrans and from the contractor Granite. So we've got 2 levels of noise monitoring and inspection. We have Caltrans inspectors on site while the mix site is running. This is important because we've got different segments under construction, so we've got inspectors from different segments also monitoring the site as well. So it's not just one person, but we've got multiple levels of people checking the site. And then we agreed to provide even more advanced notice for operations at the concrete mix site itself. So we tell people, when we're out paving, that the concrete mix site is going to be working. We made the additional commitment to Mr. Wolbrandt and to the whole public that we will provide even more notice. So what that means is we're going to tell people in the next 2 weeks, you can expect that the concrete mix site will either be off or it will be working during the day, during these dates, or at night during these times. And if it is working at night, please expect noise at night. Across the freeway at our concrete recycling facility, we've also implemented additional measures to try to reduce noise there as well. This is not part of that separate permit, but we just went ahead and did it because we know that some of the issues and the complaints we've gotten are actually not from the concrete mix site, but are from activities around the concrete mix site, including the concrete recycling. So at the concrete recycling site, we've also eliminated the alarms when we can. At this site, we've changed to strobe light notification at night instead of the backup beepers. We've also, from the beginning, made a commitment that we would only crush the concrete during the day versus at night. So we do have operations where they bring in the raw materials at night from the freeway, but we don't crush it until the daytime. So that's across the freeway from the concrete mix site. And then the entire length of the project, all of the construction, we take noise very seriously. Now, it's a construction project, so we can't eliminate all noise, and we tell people, please do expect noise. But as part of our responsiveness, we've restructured the way we do demolition. So in Carpinteria, when we first got started, we heard from neighbors, as you can imagine, when we were having to demo the freeway at night, and they said, my gosh, some nights it seems louder than the others, but you're doing the same work. And so what we were able to do as a project team is go back and talk to the individual truck drivers and ask them how they were, in fact, loading the trucks from the demo. And we found that there were different techniques. We streamlined everyone to use the same quieter technique so that we could reduce noise overall. And we've carried all of these lessons learned forward so that we didn't just make that change in Carpinteria, we do that same technique in Padaro, in Summerlin, and we'll use it again in Montecito. So we try to learn every time from each and every inquiry. If there's a way that we can make the process better, we do. So you'll see that we investigate each noise complaint. We review all of the processes, and this goes all the way down to the individual people who are doing the work, all the way up the project team to the project management side, to try to make it the best project possible and be the best neighbor possible, even though we have a lot of noisy things going on. We do personalized outreach, which means that if you call and complain, you're going to get a call back, and we're going to look into what your complaint is or what your concern is, and we're going to try to find a better process if we can, and we're going to follow up with you and tell you what the outcome of that is, whether we're able to revise what we're doing, or if we're not, to tell you this is what you can expect and how long you can expect it to go on. And people have given us a lot of compliments, if you can believe it, on that whole process, because we are dedicated to trying to make it as best as we can make it. And then we, on a regular basis, already give advance notice for night noise throughout the entire corridor. So all segments under construction, as part of our regular 2-week construction updates, we provide advance notice for activities that we know people complain about at night. So not just any activity, but anything that's considered a louder activity. Next slide, please. Thanks. And so I mentioned a bit about our outreach, but we do outreach before construction starts and then throughout construction. This includes a wide variety of techniques. We have public meetings with community organizations and homeowners organizations and business organizations, as well as the general public. We provide construction updates, which go out every 2 weeks. For the entire segment, as well as our parallel projects that the team is building. So these include the roundabouts and the bike lane project in Santa Claus Lane. And then as we move forward, the other projects that are adjacent to the freeway that the team will be building. We provide all of this information as well to the local media. So every week you'll see articles in the local papers and digital press about the project, as well as on TV. And then we provide overview guides, which you see here, and I brought you some additional copies if you don't have the latest. These are in English and Spanish, and we send them out at least once a year. This is the one from the beginning of November, and we have another one planned to go out in the spring, in advance of the work in Montecito and also the San Ysidro roundabout. These are extensive. If you've seen these, they include photos, maps, timelines, stage maps for construction, progress, work with our partners. In this one, we include CHP, and then upcoming work, what to expect. And then there's a mail-in card to sign up for construction updates or to tell us what people think. And so we get a lot of comments, good and bad, about what's going on with the project. And so we send this out to everyone who lives and works between Carpinteria and about Milpa Street and Santa Barbara. And then we also walk to local businesses when we have projects on local streets that will impact them, and we give them additional information. And we have milestone events to help people know, yep, we're really starting, or we've just built this awesome thing, come out and use it and join us in celebrating the fact that it's finished. And at all times, we have this information on our website, sbroads.com, and then people can also call us on our local number, 845-5112. And we have people use these, for years now, and they stay the same through each segment. So if you've had a question a couple years ago in Carpinteria and you have a question coming up, it's still the same contact information. And that's all included in every outreach piece that we do as well. So with that, if you want to go to the next slide, we would be happy to answer any questions that you might have. All of this work has gone into the conditions that staff has worked on, and also we've shared and worked with the different public comment speakers as well to try to make the project better. And we do have a whole team here too, so if there are questions that I can't answer, we have lots of people to help answer.
There aren't questions you can't answer. So we can start with questions you can answer. Do you have one, Commissioner Park?
I actually have two questions, and I'm not sure who's the person to answer them, but somebody will volunteer. And one is specific as to a specific condition of approval and some language in it. And then the other is more general, and it's addressing EIRs. And I think my reason for asking that one is to help me, but also help the public have realistic expectations as to what our discretion is here at the Planning Commission. So let me start with the specific condition one, just because I've got the page open to it. Okay, and what I'm referring to, folks, is on the conditions of approval, and I'm looking at the memorandum from Mr. Sewards to us, most recent one, And on the first page, there's a reference to condition 26, reanalyze sound walls. So I hope folks know what I'm referring to. And one sentence that sticks out like a sore thumb to me, probably because I've highlighted it in yellow, is that it says Caltrans, let's see, I don't want to read the whole thing, but it refers to Caltrans reanalyzing the feasibility of implementing a sound wall is not located in the flood hazard overlay for the project. And this, of course, rests on analysis, the flood hazard overlay, which is a related but different subject. And then but the condition goes on to say, the analysis, this is the analysis by Caltrans, shall determine whether the sound walls are reasonable and feasible to implement. I don't recognize this language, and I'm wondering where it came from and what it means. It seems to give Caltrans a great deal of discretion to decide whether to do a sound wall or not, regardless of any alterations of the flood hazard overlay. So I would hope that someone could tell me what this means in the practical sense, what actually occurs when we have this language that the analysis shall determine whether the sound walls are reasonable and feasible to implement. Because I'm sure what we have is members of the public say, you know, that gives them such broad discretion, there will never be a sound wall, and that the Planning Commission, including Commissioner Park, are just accepting weasel wording that gets them off the hook. So I don't want to be accused of that.
Well, it's a good question.
Save me.
Okay. So it's a great question, and the question really relates to the sound wall process. And so Caltrans, as the state agency for transportation, has to implement the process based on federal guidelines for sound walls. And so these relate to, if you're going to use federal taxpayer dollars to build a sound wall, there are guidelines to whether or not you can build a sound wall, right? It's generally based on equity across the nation. And so it's a 7-step process. And if you want, we can go into detail about those 7 steps. But part of what you are seeing is that the process looks at noise, it looks at predicted noise levels in the future, how the project impacts those noise levels, and then it also looks at reasonableness for cost, which is where you get that reasonable factor, and is it feasible? So feasible meaning, can we build the sound wall and will it provide at least 5 decibels of noise abatement? That's the threshold that we have to meet from a Caltrans standpoint to meet these federal guidelines. And then cost reasonableness is another measure that they have to look at. And so every property is given a base allotment. It's all the same. And so the wall itself has to fall within, the cost to build the wall has to fall within that allotment for a sound wall. So that's the reasonableness and feasibility that Caltrans has to reanalyze for each wall. And the reason for that is that any change in the length of the wall, so if the maps come out and the wall lengths would be different because the maps are different, they have to reanalyze the wall, each wall, to see if it would meet those requirements first before we could then propose to build them. And I think, Chris, did you want to add?
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, yes, that's correct. The other thing I want to point out is when the project originally moved forward, Caltrans also went through this process. And so the sound walls that were originally proposed met those 2 standards. That's not to say that the revised project, if it gets to this point with the new sound walls and the new map, would still meet that. But initially, when it was originally proposed, it did meet those standards.
That's a very prescient set of remarks, because that went to my next question, which was timing. You know, it appears to me you have to go through this analysis at some point in the project anyway. And so my question was going to be, haven't you already done that on these sound walls? And the answer is, yes, you have, but if you're looking at it again because circumstances change, you've got to do that again.
That's right.
And so we can't really dispense with this language to make it work. Otherwise, you'd never get the authority and money to do this. But people can at least rely on the fact and hope that given that the analysis has occurred already, that this is not just weasel wording to get out of a serious attempt to deal with these sound walls. Let me go on to my more general question, and this might be a Mr. Schmuckel question or Mr. Seward's question, or somebody might just say, ask God, I don't know. But it goes to CEQA and the practical impact of Caltrans being the certifying agency for the EIR, but we're the responsible reviewing agency right now, and that's why we have findings. So I'm wondering about the practical consequence. Let me offer my understanding. Maybe somebody can just say yes or no, or you're so off base, we got to explain it to you. It seems to me that the certifying agency is going to certify whether the EIR is complete or not. And then as a reviewing agency, we're not really doing that, but what we are doing is identifying if the concerns raised in the EIR are being adequately addressed. And that is somewhat different than our usual role. Can anyone comment on that? You always leave the tough stuff to county.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I'll handle that one. So Caltrans is acting as the, what you refer to as the certifying agency, the lead agency. The county is approving the project as a responsible agency. In terms of verb tense, Caltrans has certified the EIR and has approved several addenda to that EIR. As the responsible agency, the Planning Commission is looking at the whether there's any new information. So we refer to guidelines, CEQA guidelines, section 15162, which I believe the commissioners are familiar with, which asks whether there are any project changes or new information that would require additional environmental review. So the commission is not looking at the adequacy of the document, but rather whether there is new information since the time of the certification of the EIR that would require additional environmental review.
Well, would you agree with me that in very simple layman's terms, we have less discretion here to make a deep dive into the EIR and require things than we would otherwise, and that this is, shall we say, a tricky situation with this EIR and the sound wall issue, and we're just trying to come up with a solution? I'm just kind of getting that message across to the public, because I know some folks will be disappointed and some will be excited that we've actually gotten something achieved here.
Commissioner Park, through the chair, yes, I believe the language used in the CEQA guidelines is the adequacy of the EIR. So there is an opportunity for responsible agencies to challenge the adequacy of the EIR, which has passed, and at this point, the county is acting as a responsible agency and can only become the lead agency through what I previously described, which was a determination that there's new information regarding project changes or other factors that would require additional review. So yes.
Well, very good. Thanks for taking a shot at hitting this knuckleball I threw at you.
Thank you, Commissioner Park, for burying us in valid issues. And Commissioner Martinez has a question. Simple
Yeah.
question, right?
A couple of questions.
Go for it.
Okay. Following up on the slide, which indicates acoustic shielding for equipment, could someone elaborate, or you elaborate in regards to what this means?
Sure, Commissioner, through the chair. What the project team did was there's a blower as part of the concrete mix site, and so what they did is they wrapped it so that anything coming out would have less noise generation than previously. And we also went and did a couple of times, we went and looked at the equipment again. Before we put it on site, we had the contractor buy the quietest concrete mix site possible, but then also they've gone through and turned the equipment on and turned it off and looked at the noise levels for each thing to try to see if there's additional measures that could be taken to make it quieter. We believe we're at the quietest standpoint possible now. Basically, when they just did it again last week, the freeway noise was louder than the concrete mix site. And so the freeway noise, as you may or may not know, most of that is generated from tire noise going over the pavement. And surprising factor for a lot of people is that when they look out and they see the freeway really congested, they think it's the noisiest. It's actually not. It's when cars can go the fastest that the noise goes up. So that's why some of the noise complaints we get actually pop at night when the freeway's more clear and you have a few cars that can go faster. So. So I'm sorry, I got a little off track there, but we went and looked at each piece of equipment on the concrete mix site and tried to make sure that if we could shield it to reduce the noise, we've done that.
Okay, and then also on your slides, there's an indication that next generation grind reduces noise 4 to 6 decibels.
Yes.
Where's the starting point from where we're reducing from? So we're at X minus 6, so where's that X?
So the way they do that is they actually go out and they study the noise from a car tire after we've paved. So we put down the new concrete pavement. There's a company that comes out and they have specific noise monitoring equipment right at the tire. They measure the noise generated from the tire off the pavement after we do the pave and before we do the grind. And then we do the grind, they come back out and they repeat the test, and that's where they get the noise measurement from.
Okay. And then following up on my fellow commissioners' points regarding condition 26 about that reasonable the analysis shall determine whether the sound walls are reasonable and feasible. What I don't see in here is when's that analysis going to be taking place?
Commissioner Martinez, through the chair, this is Chris Schmuckel. So if the, I guess there's a couple steps that we have to get before that happens. So number one, the first factor that would implement this condition is if the FEMA effective maps were to change. So that means that FEMA comes out with the new maps and the Board of Supervisors adopts the new flood control maps. And if that happens while this project is under construction, and before 6 months of the Highway 101 Segment 4D being fully funded for all phases of construction, that's kind of the timing trigger, then the county would require Caltrans to perform the analysis of implementing the sound walls and determining where they could be in this segment of the Highway 101. And that's the point where Caltrans would do the analysis to determine if they're feasible and if the cost is reasonable for them to develop.
So, because I thought I heard that this project is 2 years, correct? So within this 2 years, we could be looking 6 months into this 2-year period of time. 8 months even.
Commissioner Martinez, through the chair. So, yeah, I think the applicant can kind of talk about the timing of their construction, but this deadline is something that we talked about with Caltrans in order for them to, ensure that they know what their project is. And this was a deadline that was discussed as being one that they could implement the analysis and then also implement the actual construction of the sound walls. But I'll let the applicant talk more about timing of the project.
So right now, and we have it in the update that we have extra copies for you as well. But right now what we're looking at is construction on the Montecito segment could start as early as the summer of 2023, and then it would go into 2026. We've got the segment for Montecito broken into basically 2 areas, one that's already funded with advanced funding that would start first and end a little bit sooner than the following segment where we've applied for funding, and we'll find out next summer if that funding has been granted through the state. But the whole project, both segments, are on time to end about fall 2026 if the funding comes through. And so that would be the time frame for any reanalysis before construction ends.
Okay, so and I may be missing something, but I just want to make sure I understand. So if construction is beginning in 2023, is this analysis, whether you're going to do this analysis or not, is it after construction begins or is it before construction begins?
So, again, Fred Luna with SBK. So the way I understand one of the questions, Commissioner Martinez through the chair, is that the timing component of an additional 2 years. So there's current construction going on right now, and so that, as Ms. Ayers has indicated, that's already allowed to use that mix site, and that's going to continue through 2024, early 2025. I think this permit would ask for continuing the use of the site through 4D, and that's approximately a 2-year difference, even though the overall construction of the Montecito segment is longer than that. There's going to be an overlap if we start construction next year with the 4B work, and so hopefully that's, I didn't confuse you when in my part of the presentation, I mentioned the 2 years added on to that. That's kind of how we're approximately seeing the timing working, so.
Okay, but this analysis, which I'm still left in limbo, is, so construction exists right now. It's ongoing, from my understanding right now. So this analysis can occur anytime between today and these next 4 years.
It would be during construction of the Montecito segment, and so that would start next summer if we get all of our permitting approvals. We could start the advance work next summer. So you'd be looking at a window for analysis after the FEMA maps come out, and we don't control that. That's based on the FEMA process. Then the county would have to go through a process of reviewing and approving those maps. There's a whole public process that occurs with the FEMA process as well. So then if those were adopted by the county, anytime before we end construction, which we're anticipating would be the fall 2026, then that analysis could occur again. Is that, Chris?
Commissioner Martinez, through the chair, I just want to make one clarification. So the way the condition number 26 is worded right now is after Caltrans has received funding for both phases of construction. Right now, they have funding for the first phase, not the second phase. Then they have a 6-month period where we could still require that analysis. So if the FEMA effective maps have changed in that 6-month period, the county would implement this condition and require Caltrans to do the analysis to determine if the sound walls can be built in the segment. If the FEMA effective maps have not changed within that 6-month period, then we wouldn't require them, and they would implement the project that's before the commission today, which is a project without sound walls.
Okay, I understand what you're saying now. Okay. And then in regards to condition 28, reclaimed water for dust suppression and irrigation. Now, it would be helpful for me to know whether or not reclaimed water is even available for this project. But I'm not seeing that in here because I understand under the water code, if reclaimed water is available, it's not a maybe, it is a requirement because otherwise it's waste. So that's my question. Is reclaimed water available or possibly becoming available?
Do you want to take it? Do you want me?
Commissioner Martinez, through the chair, our understanding is that reclaimed water is not available through the water district for this project. However, Caltrans is able to capture some of the water that they use within their existing construction operations and then use that water as reclaimed water for their project and for dust mitigation.
And through these projects, if reclaimed water does become available, let's say in the foreseeable future, is there, within this scheme here, is there that wording where it has to switch over?
Commissioner Martinez, through the chair, the condition is to the maximum extent feasible, and we are requiring them to submit a plan. So that could be something that we could build into the plan or ensure is built into the plan, that if reclaimed water is available in the future that from the water district, that we require them to use it.
Sure. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. Any other questions of the applicant? Commissioner Park.
This is one more, and I think after hearing this, it's probably the best time to ask it. You know, I'm developing an overarching interest in ensuring that as we act on the Planning Commission generally, that we preserve the discretion of our elected officials, the Board of Supervisors, to do what they think is best to do in these so many unusual situations we run into. And I think the way that this is unfolded about there were going to be sound walls, but then with the debris flow and all that, and then board actions, it looks like it is an impediment to it and so forth. So what I'm wondering is where in this upcoming process can our Board of Supervisors make decisions as to how to apply the FEMA overlay maps and do things that might better enable the inclusion of these sound walls. Because if there's something that we can do at our level to help the board do that, I'd like to know about it.
Commissioner Park to the chair. I do see representatives from flood control here. Sorry to put Mr. Rubalcaba on the spot and his staff. But I think the way the condition's written right now is as much as the Planning Commission could do on this project. The process of approving the FEMA maps is a separate process to the board. And through that process, if the board and the data provides for the opportunity to adjust where these walls would go or outside of the floodway or floodplain, then that would be the opportunity to have this condition be implemented. But that would be a separate process. So I think we're laying the groundwork for that to occur, but that's all dependent on what comes out of that process with those FEMA maps.
Well, that's exactly what I was getting at, is I want the public to appreciate that the board will get a chance to take a second look at this and take this FEMA data and FEMA maps and kind of have some leeway on what to do with it. It sounds like to me. And what we're doing is not constricting that. In fact, it's aiding that. So that's comforting to me. Thank you.
Okay, are we through with the presentation now?
Yeah.
Mr. Smuckle, you're okay going to public comment at this point?
Chair Cooney, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Then we have an opportunity for the public to speak. I have one request to speak from the audience, Mr. Woolbrandt.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you for hearing from me again. I did provide you with a letter that I believe was timely received. I want to thank Caltrans team, the SBCAG team, and in particular Kirsten Ayers for their efforts and for meeting with us. I think we have developed a much higher level of trust for this particular team. I also thank Nicole Liu and Chris Schmuckel for working on this from your staff. Our concern is how the additional Caltrans commitments, and in fact, the things that they've done already to reduce noise, can be assured to continue. And so what I would like to first have included in the project description is the commitment, as I understand it, that Caltrans will remove the concrete mix site, the CSS, and will landscape the area on completion of lane paving of segment D, which is what they will use this thing for, and that they will use a different site for segment E. So we won't be worrying for the next couple of years about them coming back in and saying they want to use that site for the segment that's basically in downtown Santa Barbara. I also ask that those additional noise control measures that Kirsten showed as a slide called additional measures be included in the project description. Those are very important measures to us, and we want to make sure that those do continue as long as the CSS is located across from our client's property. The last is on the staff proposed conditions 29 and 30. They seem to be simply implementation of the A mitigation measure from the EIR. And I think that what you're looking at here is something slightly different, which is neighborhood compatibility of the essentially industrial plant that is going to be operating in a residential neighborhood. And so we'd ask, consistent with the Caltrans commitment on that additional measures, that that reference to 65 dBA either be taken out and that those two conditions relate to any noise complaints received. If you're not willing to go that far, we would at least ask that the 65 dBA be measured at the Caltrans property line rather than at our client's property line. There is the Loon Point Trail, the Loon Point public parking lot, public road with a nice trail along its edge before you get to our wall. And I just note, if I do the math correctly based upon, sound drops 6 dBA every time you double the distance, measuring it at our property wall means that the sound at the Caltrans wall or Caltrans fence is well over 100 dBA. I get 110. And I don't think they ever would be producing noise at that level. In fact, that's why they don't produce noise at 65 dBA by the time it gets to our property boundary, even though I think everyone agrees that things like the beepers create a very impactful noise, especially given the very late and sometimes all-night hours that this operates. So with those changes, I appreciate, again, the opportunity to work with Caltrans and SBCAG and Kirsten and your staff, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Wolbrandt. Next public comment, Mr. Villalobos.
So we have up to 4 additional speakers online. Looks like someone shared their Zoom invite with others, because we have 3 Bruce and Louise McKenzies. So let's just start with the one that has their hand raised. Bruce and Louise McKenzie, if you could confirm that is indeed who is speaking, and if not, if you could identify yourself for the record. Thank you.
Bruce McKenzie speaking. I don't know why I have so many opportunities, but I'm only going to take this one. With regard to the language in, I think it's paragraph 28, the language that was based upon the Montecito Planning Commission's suggestion that maybe if we just waited for FEMA map to be revised or whatever before the end of the construction, we'd somehow be able to revisit the sound walls. I regard that as precatory language. It's simply wishful thinking. I think that what's wrong here is illustrated by what happened in Carpinteria. Carpinteria also learned that its sound walls were going to be eliminated, and it was in a position where all the administrative remedies had been exhausted, and they were able to go to court. And it was the court that determined that the sound walls were indeed permitted, even though the FEMA map applies to Carpinteria as much as it applies to Montecito. We'd like to ultimately have that opportunity, and therefore we would ask that that language be stricken from the report. We're not interested in the precatory wishful thinking. We're interested in a firm result. And it's my understanding from listening to the board that it doesn't feel that it has the authority to require the sound walls. But nevertheless, I get the feeling that if a vote were taken, they would, the sense of the board would be that all things being equal, on balance, they would go along with the sound walls, as did happen in Carpinteria. I believe the problem here is a wrong interpretation by flood control in setting impossible standards to interpret the map. And I think that it was an unintended consequence on the part of the board to adopt it and to end up with the result of us being deprived of our sound walls. So I would like to have the opportunity to take the matter to the board by appealing the decision of this board, which feels it can't rule on the sound walls. And ultimately, if we need to test it in court as they did in Carpinteria, we'd then have that opportunity. So with that, I'll turn it over. My wife has one question.
I believe my question is for flood control. I want to know who's responsible for making sure that the creeks are clear all the way to the ocean below the freeway. as someone in the Montesquieu Planning Commission noted, there's barely 3-foot clearance. When I moved to this house, I could walk underneath and not touch the freeway, and I can no longer do that. If you clear above the freeway, all those creeks, and you allow the water to come down, you don't clear below it, of course you're going to create a flood. Of course, anything's going to be a barrier and back up. So I would like to ask who is responsible for that, and why has it not been part of this entire project? Maybe it was in Carpinteria. I do not know about that.
Thank you, Ms. McKenzie. We will seek the answer to your question from flood control in due course. Anything else?
No.
Okay. Next speaker.
Our next speaker will be Scott Smigel.
Mr. Smigel.
Hello, this is Scott Smigel. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you fine.
Terrific. I concur with everything that Mr. McKenzie said. However, I'm going to restrict my comments mostly to the condition that was written regarding the sound walls and their implementation should the flood recovery map change in a way that would allow those walls. And I hear the questions from the various commissioners trying to get clear on the timing and their big backstories and explanations regarding those, what sounds like a very streamlined condition. And from just a legal drafting perspective, I would prefer that these important details are included in the condition when it leaves this commission. That I had the same reaction as Commissioner Park when I read the feasibility and reasonableness issue and thought, gee, even if we do that already? I haven't voted. If, for instance, the location and the length of the sound walls as designed were allowed by the flood map changes that are hopefully anticipated, that work seemingly has already been done. And it would be appreciated if the conditions laid out some of those. I still don't understand the timing either, notwithstanding a lot of conversation earlier today about it. So I would very much appreciate a clarification. I see no reason to send a streamlined, ambiguous document forward. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Smigel. Mr. Villalobos.
So in the off chance that our other Bruce and Louise McKenzie's are different people, I've allowed both accounts to speak.
I think we're clear that Mr. McKenzie is the one that we heard from this morning.
Right.
If that's not the case and there's a different one, they can let us know. Is there anybody else?
I think this is Chair's question to our speakers. They both have the ability to speak. I don't see anyone actually saying anything, though.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody else in the audience that wants to make a public comment? Don't see any there either, so let's close the public comment and take a 10-minute break. Come back with responses from staff and Caltrans. So that'll be 10:35. All right, we're ready to go back on the record at 10:35. And we have just finished with our public comment portion. I'd like to ask Mr. Luna and his team whether they have any additional comments based on public comment for the benefit of staff and the commission. Nothing more?
I think we're good.
Okay, great. So Ms. Ayers indicated that the applicant's presentation is finished. So staff, anything to add before the commission asks its further questions?
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, I just wanted to respond briefly to some of the public comment. Regarding 26, we already kind of talked to condition number 26, reanalyze the sound walls. We already talked about the timing for that, and that timing is important. And so I just want to bring your attention to the plan requirements and timing. So right now, it says within 6 months of the Highway 101 segment being fully funded for all phases of construction, Caltrans shall contact County P&D and Flood Control to determine if the triggers specified would allow the construction of the sound walls have been met. And so that is the trigger where the county and Caltrans would determine if the sound walls can be implemented into the project. So just want to clarify that. In addition, regarding the construction support site, that batch plant is already required to be re-landscaped once the project is over. However, if the commission wants to include a sentence in the project description to make sure that that is even more clear, we're happy to do that. Caltrans has also agreed to include that in the project description as well. At this time, we don't recommend any other changes to the conditions or the project description, but if the commission is looking to make other changes, we can discuss what those might look like. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schmuckel. Just with regard to that last comment, so the urging of Mr. Wolbrand included changing the location of the sound measurement from his client's property to the work site itself. Staff is not proposing that change be made.
Chair Cooney, yes, that is correct. We drafted this condition so that it could implement the EIR mitigation measures and also so that it could be consistent with our policies. And so that's why we're comfortable with the condition language as proposed.
And it would be our general condition that the sound limitation of 65 decibels is measured at the property lines, or is it at the recipient's individual property?
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, our policies require that sound be 65 decibels or less at the property lines of sensitive receptors. However, for most projects in the county and projects that come to the commission, the sensitive receptor is the next door neighbor. And so that's usually why we measure sound at the property lines. In this situation, the nearest sensitive receptor is the residence that's across the street on the other side of the property. So that's the change.
Commissioner Park.
Yeah, I was going to ask the exact same.
Just talking.
Oh, yes. I'm getting really lazy. I apologize. I was going to ask the exact same question. So instead of asking the exact same question, I'm going to ask a little bit of a follow-up. Could someone, either on staff or the applicant team, address, would there be practical problems for you in having this 65 decibel measurement occur at the property line for the plant, as opposed to the receptor's site? I mean, I'm sympathetic to what Mr. Wilbrandt raises, but if it's an impossible thing to do, then I'd like to hear about it. So and maybe it's impossible, maybe it's possible. But let me hear from somebody, if you will.
Chair and Commissioner Park, the applicant could answer this as well, but the measure that comes from our noise element is 65 decibels to a sensitive receptor. The sensitive receptor is the residential property. The sensitive receptor is not the construction support site itself. So by measuring at the construction support site itself, you may get readings that are above 65, but that's not what the sensitive receptor is experiencing. So you would have misleading data that would lead you to be implementing measures when in fact the sensitive receptor wasn't experiencing that level of sound. So we don't think it would be appropriate for that reason.
I get that, but I also have a lot of experience with that area because I used to live right there. Not on the right side of the tracks. I was on the wrong side of the tracks. But also in that area, there's a lot of recreational traffic and a parking lot for beach traffic, and so it's really more people than the folks, Mr. Kovner and Calprop, that are hiring Mr. Wilbrandt. That's why I'm asking. And so I'm just curious: is it if we impose that condition? I'm not saying we would, but would it even be possible for you to meet it?
Chair and Commissioner Park, I think we have spoke with Caltrans about this earlier today, and some of the other factors to consider is that there is a train in that area. It's in closer proximity to the freeway noise. So by placing it closer there, not only are you not getting accurate reading of what the sensitive receptor is experiencing, you have this other influence of ambient sound that's existing that could give false readings. So I think from our perspective is in order to enforce it based on what we have in our noise thresholds, it would be at the property line of the designated nearest sensitive receptor.
Yeah, that's sort of consistent with my experience. That's one reason I asked, is that I think if I went there and stood on that property line, if somebody could show me where it was, and the thing was completely shut down, it would still be more than 65 dBA from all the racket from the freeway, the railroad, and whatnot. But it certainly was worth asking for.
Commissioner Briley? Never mind. I do mind. So I'm sure you had something appropriate to say. Save it.
Well, but I believe that Commissioner Park has his curiosity, and it was a good question and satisfied. I was going to stand up for the fact of what staff's saying is that 65 decibel at the sensitive receptor site is really very important. I don't want to make policy based on this one condition, and I would support what staff's recommending. And I know Caltrans has actually thought about lots of ways to adjust it, but changing that one condition has such cascading implications to all other projects in the county. I wasn't going to support it, but hopefully we're at the same place.
Thank you. Okay. Anything else from staff as far as the changes proposed?
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, no, I believe we're okay.
All right. Then the next part of the process is to move to the commission and get an idea of whether, as currently structured, the conditions, the modified conditions are acceptable or whether we need to make more.
Mr. Chair, may I be incredibly brief? It's just that you skipped over our primary request.
For old time's sake, Mr. Wilbrandt, I'll give you 60 seconds.
And it's Christmas.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I won't use the whole 60 seconds. Caltrans has already agreed to, and in fact even created a beautiful slide that shows those things that they have already done or are going to do that we've worked with them and that we believe take care of most of the noise impacts from the CSS. And we just would ask, even if you simply include that slide with your project approval, that those be included as part of the project description. As I understand, they don't object to that, but they would need to be told to include it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. Didn't mean to do that. I realize Caltrans, your concern is how it's going to be placed into the project, either by omission or separately with Caltrans. What does staff suggest with regard to the conditions to which Caltrans has agreed with respect to this batch site?
Chair and members of the commission, the conditions that we've put forward in our memo were the result of thorough review and coordination with Caltrans and review of Mr. Wilbrandt's prior requests. So where we're at as staff is we're comfortable moving forth the conditions in our memo, as well as adding a sentence to the project description that confirms that the construction support site will be revegetated and restored following its use. However, the additional measures that Caltrans is already pursuing and that are already in place, if Caltrans would like to voluntarily do that on their own in agreement with Mr. Wilbrandt, we're comfortable with that. But in terms of the county taking an enforcement position in enforcing those measures, at this point, we don't recommend that the county take the role of enforcing those measures. If the Caltrans wants to privately agree to those with Mr. Wilbrandt, that's what we would suggest.
Okay. I'm going to ask Mr. Luna then, just to have it on the record with respect to Caltrans' intention on those additional issues.
Well, I'm speaking for the project team, Mr. Chair. So I checked in with our Caltrans, the applicant. We are good with that. We did have the meeting with Mr. Wilbrandt. We have an understanding of how we're operating the construction support site there, and so that will continue through the duration of this project.
Very good, Mr. Luna. We've heard from you numerous times in the past, and you've always been true to your word, so we're counting on that. We did have one question from the public that was directed at flood control, and if we have a representative, it'd be great to hear your response.
Thanks, Chair Cooney. Matt Griffin, Santa Barbara County Flood Control. In regards to maintenance of the creeks and bridges, it's a shared responsibility, whereas Caltrans is responsible for their bridges within their right-of-way. County Transportation is responsible for the bridges and culverts within their right-of-way, and County Flood Control does annual maintenance of the open channels through a majority of Montecito through an annual maintenance plan.
And so there's nothing in particular that's being done or not being done at this time with regard to the amount of debris that's accumulated in the flood channel?
For what flood control is responsible for, the open channel portions, that gets evaluated annually and dealt with annually. I'm not so sure about the bridges for Caltrans.
Okay, well, we were only asking about flood control and appreciate the input, but I know from a lot of experience walking under the highway in the past, it does make a difference when the debris is allowed to pile up. You can't really get through standing up, and
yeah, it does reduce capacity.
Right. Okay, it's on your desk to take care of when needed. Thank you. I think that takes care of all the questions. Mr. Wilson, you had a comment? Or that was just a nod? I'm trying to read your vague signals to me here, but go ahead. What's up?
You'd think after this year we'd figure out our signals, our hand signals. Just before you move into deliberations, there has been some dialogue about changes to the project description. If the commission wants to consider that, staff has some language they will read, and then we could get the applicant to agree to that on record if the commission would like to consider that as part of deliberations.
Is there anyone that objects to considering that additional language to the project description? No. Okay, then we would like to see staff's proposed language.
Chair Cooney, members of the commission, next sentence is what we recommend including in the project description. Upon completion of lane paving for segment 4D, all asphalt and construction materials will be removed from the site, and the site will be restored with native vegetation and maintained by Caltrans until established. We believe that this is already included in the project through a separate permit, but if the commission chooses to include this, it would just be another layer to make sure that it gets done.
Yeah. Mr. Pettit, any concern with that?
Mr. Chair, no, but typically if there are changes to the project description, we do encourage the commission to have the applicant agree to those changes. Typically, the commission's discretion is to impose conditions and the applicant controls the project description, so I think the recommendation would just be to have the applicant confirm to that change to the project description.
We were moving to that step. Mr. Luna, can you provide, or Ms. Ayers, the confirmation that that addition suggested by staff can be added to the project description?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, through the wonders of technology, we got the narrative, we looked it over, and we can agree to that. So,
great. Thank you very much. All right, I think we're at the point where the project is before the commission for decision, and I'd like to hear from all the commissioners with respect to additional concerns, or this is already a well-molded project ready for our approval. Commissioner Bridley.
I'm not afraid. One minor thing, so I support the projects, and I have a couple of things to say about that, but one minor thing is my last touches with the California Coastal Commission on public works projects and a land development project in Goleta is that they do not approve eucalyptus trees in the coastal zone. So whatever that means for your landscape plan, just a note. More importantly, I want to thank Caltrans, I want to thank SBCAG, and I want to thank staff because I think they've done an amazing job of getting really the most significant public works project we're going to see in this county in our lifetime through. And Montecito is an important link, and it's got a lot of intense interest in it. So I really appreciate all of the negotiations. I really appreciate them reaching out to Mr. Wilbrand in the last couple of weeks. And I think that staff has done a superlative job in crafting conditions that cover it. And the reason why I wanted to speak first is to just remind us, because it's such a complicated project, not only financially, but in terms of permit authority, we are just one tiny cog in a wheel that's the size of some of the heavy equipment building this project. I mean, we are small because we don't have control over the flood control maps that are yet to be published. Again, we don't have control over what the Coastal Commission's going to do. We don't have control over the sound wall review and approval process that the state and federal government makes that are part of our project. And it's important for the county to understand that we do the best we can with all our local policies, as staff has so ably presented to us. But, we don't really have control over how this is designed or how it's going to look. And yet, I'm really proud of what it's going to be once it's built. Everything that Caltrans and SBCAG has done so far on the 101 widening, I am impressed by. Every time I come back into the county from Ventura, I really enjoy what I see in Carpinteria, and I think they've done a great job, and I think it's going to continue to be a great job. I appreciate the fact that neighbors abutting it are struggling with it, and that's just, again, it's a greater good project for the whole county and for the state of California. So I am very pleased with all the conditions. I'm fine with the addition to the project description as staff outlined. And I would completely support it as written and presented.
Thank you, Commissioner Briley. Commissioner Freeney is next.
Well, the easy thing is just to say ditto to everything Commissioner Bradley said. It was very well done. Yeah, I think the big thing will be we can't wait till it's completed, and what an accomplishment that will be. It's been almost 10 years in the making, I think, if you really look back, and it's going to be an inconvenience to anybody near that, whether you're living there nearby or you're traveling on the roads. But when it's done, it'll be worth it, I think.
Thank you, Commissioner Freeney. Commissioner Park? ready?
So my first comment is actually a question of Commissioner Freeney. Do you think that anybody younger than us remembers what a ditto machine is? It's rhetorical.
Right.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll have to come up with a new term. David remembers, so I'm legit.
There you are. But I want to address the sound wall issue first, and then make a general comment about the project. But preliminarily, I'm so glad that Commissioner Bridley pushed the button first, because I wanted her to, and I wanted to hear from her first. And I was going to push the button and ask that she speak first, because I think she has expertise on these massive projects and how they all work, and I appreciate your comments. But on the sound wall, you know, I totally support the ultimate goal of the neighboring residents who've requested that there be as much done as possible to ensure that sound walls be built. I get it. Where I'm less sure is how to get there. And I think this is something where I think just about everybody in this room wants that result, but they have that same question of how to get there. The best analysis I've been able to make is that we need to leave this to our Board of Supervisors to react to what comes from FEMA and do their best job possible of exercising whatever discretion they have, and then in directing Public Works and so forth for everyone to do their job. So there's really asking our Planning Commission to get involved. Yes, we should get involved and say what we think should happen, but in terms of there being an effective solution, I think the most effective solution to get what you want, which I want too, is going to be for us to approve this project with the conditions as written and let the board do what it can. That's how I see it. A general comment I have on the project, I know sometimes it's hard for people to come up to the podium and think of how do I address something that's so complicated in my few minutes of time and so forth. One thing that I appreciated is that in Ms. Ayer's presentation, she carefully went through some management innovations on how this project is working. And I think that Commissioner Bridley was getting that as well. And you know, innovations are not technological inventions and revolutions. They're management things that make them work. And even though I hope this isn't the most important project I see in my lifetime, because I might want my lifetime to go on and on and on, I do remember just about every freeway project. In fact, I remember this when it wasn't a freeway. And it seems to me there are things that have occurred with this project that are worth noting, and I'm going to just draw on three of them. I've become a little bit of an aficionado of freeway surface noise since I heard the last presentation. As I've driven through this one, or I drive up on the old Madonna constructed highways near San Luis Obispo and so forth. I think you're absolutely right that the new concrete surface is much quieter. And I'm very comforted by the idea that that's going to be something that persists, not just 2 or 3 years. And I think that's something worth noting. I think something else that is remarkable in this project is how you're able to keep lanes open during all of this construction. I personally am horribly annoyed by the miles of K-rails that mean that I have to stay awake while I'm driving. But I notice that there's always several lanes open. It's an amazing thing. Third thing I'd comment on is concrete recycling. If you want to think of the noisiest possible thing that can occur, it's concrete recycling. But the concrete recycling there, taking that stuff that they kind of dig up, turning it into road base and so forth, doing it right there instead of hauling it off to Elwood Canyon or up to Buellton or all the other places where you do concrete recycling, saves so much traffic. And the idea that you've been able to do it at night and no one seems to be complaining is you get a gold star for that. So I just wanted to recognize that that you've done a lot of management innovation here that's made this a better project, and I think that kind of supports what Commissioner Bridley had to say about what an important thing this is and how it's being done.
Thank you. Commissioner Park, Commissioner Martinez.
Well, so much has been said, but I can't. I have to completely agree with the importance of this project, and I'm actually impressed by, and I'm being a new member on this commission, I'm actually impressed by the fact that when you have such an important project, and it's so important to the mass, that the consideration of the few and those few who have to endure, or not have to, but are enduring the ramifications of a project, that they just don't get steamrolled and they're actually being listened to. That is impressive to me personally. And hearing that the governmental entities and the individuals have met and the county has worked with all is also impressive. And I guess that's what I'm here about, is to see that happens and to hear that it happens and to recognize that when it happens, it can be, yes, the pursuit of perfection, which is never going to be achieved, but at least something that's going to be amiable to the parties. And it doesn't come without suffering, and that has to be appreciated by those. And indeed, the recycling, I'm one of those people that really applaud the efforts to recycle, because so much you hear how the word recycling is kind of empty, because so much of it doesn't happen, even though it's advertised to happen, and it really doesn't happen, and you make the efforts and it doesn't happen. But here, concrete, the ramifications of recycling that and using it again, just the impact on this world is just kind of goes beyond words. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez.
Chair Cooney, I'm sorry, I forgot one thing.
Okay.
Can I just add?
Sure.
I really want to say thank you to the Montecito Planning Commission, because I watched several of their hearings and they went way deeper than we have had to go on the flood control questions and all kinds of things that are regional in that area. And I tried to watch all of the hearings. I didn't make it through all of them, but I really think that they deserve some recognition and some appreciation, because by the time it got to us, I think that staff and the applicant and everybody had smoothed out a lot of issues. So I appreciate that, and I want to recognize their good work.
Thank you, Commissioner Bridley. Thanks to all the commissioners for their comments. This part of the project, this segment, is in the first district, and I've kept a close eye on it. Leery that some of my personal experience with road work over the years has been filled with questions about why is this still restricted? Why are we still lining up on both sides of King City, as an example, when so much of the road appears to be totally done? But starting with a meeting that I was invited to attend by SB CAG, at which Caltrans was represented, and everything in this project since has raised the approach with which this segment of the project at least has been attended. That my view is it couldn't have been done better, and our staff has been very helpful to relate to the issues, the basic issues, so we're sure to catch them all, but at the same time, open to Caltrans and their desire to do as much as they can for the people who are impacted by construction of Segment 4. I'm very pleased to have been a part of it, and I know years and years ago we were looking at other issues involving this expansion of Highway 101 in our area. I think the way this has been administered by staff, by Caltrans, and by SBCAG is exemplary. So I looked for things, as my fellow commissioners did, that we could do to improve it, but so much was done voluntarily that it really is for us to say thank you for all the effort you've made up to this point. With that, I would like to propose a motion which staff has set forth on in its memo. I think it's just page 2. That we make the required findings for approval of the project specified in attachment A of the memo dated the 6th of December. After considering the environmental effects of the project as shown in the EIR dated August 26, 2014, the revised EIR dated October 27, 2017, the EIR addenda dated June 1, 2018, May 3, 2020, May 5, 2021, and February of 2022, prepared and certified by Caltrans, the lead agency, determined that as reflected in the CEQA findings, no subsequent environmental impact report or negative declaration shall be prepared for this project, and that we approve the project with case numbers as set forth in this memo, subject to the conditions of approval included in attachment B1, B2, and as otherwise modified by the commission at today's meeting. That's the motion in a little long-winded fashion. Do we have a second?
I want to second that, yes. Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Bridley. Any further discussion before we vote? Don't see any. Mr. Villalobos, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Bridley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Aye.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez. Aye. Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Best wishes to everybody who worked on this so far from Caltrans for the holiday season. We look forward to working with you on the ground. And we have one more item on our agenda, item 2, if we could read that into the record.
Mr. Chair, if I may, before we read it
Yes.
in the record. Looking at our timing, we did have a hard stop at 11:30. I think that's the appointment. So
Would you rather wait and do it after lunch?
that's what my recommendation is, much to Mr. Clemens' chagrin. It is a 10-minute walk over there, so it might be more prudent for us to hold and come back after our lunch to hear Mr. Clemens' presentation.
Mr. Clemens, I assume that with questions and all, it could run past 11:30.
I can make the presentation happen within that time. It's just a matter of how many questions I get.
Well, it's an important subject. We shouldn't short circuit it, and we love hearing from you anyhow. So if you'll indulge us, we'll get back as soon as we can. Okay, so we're recessing now and can proceed down Santa Barbara Street to the site. That good? So we'll meet down there at 11:30, not later than? Good. Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, would you care, just for the record, for anyone watching, to hazard a guess of which time, what we should estimate returning?
I think that 1:30 is beyond when we'll be ready to go, but certainly we can do it by 1:30.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
We are back on the record. This is the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of the 14th of December, 2022. And we have reached item 2 on our agenda. Mr. Villalobos, if you'll read that into the record, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The County Planning Commission will receive a briefing from Long Range Planning staff regarding recent housing legislation.
Yes.
Mr. Clement, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Cooney, members of the commission. So, yeah, I'm going to be walking you through a brief update on the state housing legislation related to, that occurred in 2021, 2022. What we're going to cover today are some legislative themes. That is what was the focus of the legislation over the last year. We're going to summarize a few of the key bills. As you're going to hear, there's over 100 different pieces of legislation that were considered. So we can't go through all of that, but I'll highlight some of the key ones for you. And then we encourage you to take public comment, and we got just a couple actions for you to take. So with regard to the legislative themes, this is just a graphic that shows the legislation that was considered in the last legislative session. The items in blue are bills that were actually passed, or there was one ballot measure actually that made it onto the next year's ballot. But if you look closely, you can see some gray text in there. That's all the legislation that was considered but rejected. And if you add it up, there was 100 different pieces of legislation that were considered, 5 different ballot measures. Out of the 100 bills that were considered, 38 were passed into law. And out of the ballot measures, like I said, we're going to see one of those next year. And if you look at the topics, the bills that gained the most attention, that is the topic that had the most bills introduced, I should say, had to deal with tenant protections and tenant applications, things like mobile home park management, stuff like that. And then there were a bunch of planning-related items that we're going to go over here in a second, things like density bonuses, more tinkering with ADU laws, and making us more accountable. So if you look at those bills, you're going to see a few themes. Surprise, surprise. The first theme is that the state wants to actually see production of housing for the lower and moderate income housing levels. And they want to see that housing production occur aligned with the state's climate change goals. Governor Newsom just adopted a very aggressive package of new climate change related goals with the intent of reaching net zero emissions in the future. And you're going to see that reflected in these laws. So you're going to see things like more streamlined approvals for qualifying projects that are located in areas that have multimodal forms of transportation in urbanized areas. Things like within commercial areas. And then, as I mentioned earlier, you're going to see new bonus densities, particularly for affordable housing projects that are strategically located in those areas. And then we're going to see take 3, another crack at the accessory dwelling units law. And then with regard to the second theme, what we are saying is that the state is increasing the accountability for local jurisdictions. And you'll see that reflected in new reporting requirements in our annual progress report and new limitations on how fast we must process certain entitlements. And then the last item, which I'm not going to get into in much detail in this presentation because they're not really directly related to planning, they're indirectly related at least. And those are things dealing with homelessness and other housing programs, things like support for organizations that provide these services, as well as I mentioned earlier, new regulations for things like how you manage mobile home parks. So with regard to the bills I'm going to summarize today, I've selected 13 planning laws for consideration. We're going to fly through those. These are very detailed laws. You could spend a lot of time on them. They're not entirely clear all the time, especially when you take them in the context of the litany of other housing-related laws that have been passed. So I'm going to, this is a disclaimer, just to say I'm going to touch on some of the key features of these laws. Everywhere you see a law for the people at home, or if you want to do a deep dive on any one of these laws, wherever you see a title that's underlined, that's a hyperlink so you can take a look at the law. So taking accessory dwelling units laws, which were passed, that'd be AB 2221, sponsored by Assemblyperson Quirk Silva and SB 897. You can see more refinements to state law to provide us with greater clarity. So for example, with AB 2221, they provide specific guidelines for what we're supposed to do within the existing timeframes for processing ADU applications. Effectively, we've got to make a firm approval decision, or we need to make it explicitly clear in writing how an application is deficient, and make that and provide that to applicants to give them the opportunity to complete the applications. And this applies to all of the permitting agencies involved with ADUs. And this is what I think is very interesting, is that you see it not only apply to us, the planning departments, but you now see these laws apply to special districts and utilities, over which we have no control. We finally got clarification. We can impose front yard setbacks, but we cannot do so to the extent that it denies property owner from being able to develop an ADU. And there was clarification that ADUs can be attached to garages, and surprise, surprise, state law trumps local law. Like we needed to say that. But with regard to Senate Bill 897, this law allows detached ADUs up to and including 18 feet if they're proposed with or on a lot that has existing dwelling. These need to be located within a half mile of a major transit stop or high quality transit corridor. And ADUs, if they're attached to a primary dwelling, can be up to 25 feet or the height of the dwelling, whichever is lower. So once again, you see the themes here, restricting our ability to tinker with these applications. You see the applications, the subject projects are only those within proximity to the multimodal forms of transportation, consistent with those goals. All right, we have a couple of density bonus laws, first being Assembly Bill 682, sponsored by Assemblyperson Bloom. And this applies to projects which include at least 5 units and either have 10% affordable for lower income households or 5% for very low income households. There's no minimum size requirements on the bedrooms or units. This law, though it's mainly geared toward shared housing buildings, which are defined right there, they allow all types of dwelling units on the project site, provided they meet certain criteria. You can have mixed use. That includes commercial on the ground floor. And you can see for a shared housing building that is effectively a building that includes at least 5 units, has at least 1 common kitchen, dining area, and you must reside in it long term, that is greater than 30 days. AB 1551, that just extended an existing density bonus program that was adopted in 2016 out until 2028. There's a number of projects that can qualify for these density bonuses. I'm not going to go into detail about them, but there's about 6 different density bonuses and 3 different financing options that will be extended during that period. Okay. AB 2334 is sponsored by Assemblyperson Wicks. We were one of 17 counties, lucky winners, that are subject to this bill. And this is a density bonus program that allows for qualified projects. They can have an unlimited density and they can have increased heights if, once again, they're located in urbanized areas with very low vehicle travel. You have to have at least 80% lower income, and no more than 20% of the units can be for moderate income. They provide a definition for maximum allowable residential density. It's a dwelling units per acre calculation. Effectively, whatever our governing laws say is the max allowed, that's what we have to provide. If there's an inconsistency between the zoning ordinances and the other planning documents, you gotta go with the max. If there's a range, you gotta go for the max. Probably picking up on the theme here. Got to go with the max. And if you're dealing with a code that doesn't have a dwelling units per acre density requirement, like a form-based code, the way that works is the applicant would come in, do an analysis of what they could develop under objective design criteria, and then we are to use that for our processing purposes going forward. Okay, for housing and commercial zones, there were 2 biggies. First one was called the Affordable Housing and Roads Jobs Act, that's sponsored by Assemblymember Wicks, and the second one is Senate Bill 6, Middle Class Housing Act. They're very similar, but they are different in some important ways. AB 2011 establishes a new ministerial streamlined approval process for projects that are located in commercial zones and have 100% affordable, or they are certain mixed income housing projects that are located along commercial corridors. These projects are exempt from CEQA. And there are processing deadlines, that is shot clocks for us to process these applications depending on the size of the project. So if a project includes up to and including 150 homes, we have 60 days basically to determine whether or not the project complies with standards. If the project includes more than 150 units, we have 90 days to make that determination. After we give them that information, then we have 90 days to approve a project if it's 150 or less, and 180 days to do so. Now, SB 6 did not establish a new ministerial streamline approval for projects, but it does allow more development on parcels that are located in office and retail areas. Although you can't invoke, there's no new ministerial process that was established by this law. Applicants can rely on other existing density bonus laws like SB 35, and if that's the case, then we got to process these applications accordingly. Although the projects under SB 6 still will be subject to CEQA, the adoption of a local ordinance allowing these projects pursuant to SB 6 is exempt from CEQA, so the county could exercise their privilege there. Both bills included a prevailing wage provision, or provisions, I should say, and you see those here. What I hear anecdotally from developers is this is significant. It's not to be overlooked. This can be a significant impediment from implementing some of these projects, despite the density bonuses that they will receive from these projects. For AB 2011, there are affordability requirements. You can see those there. They're 100% lower income, can be rental or for sale, or you could do a mixed income project with 8% very low and 5% extremely low, or 15% lower, or 30% moderate, or 15% low, and there are deed restrictions depending on whether or not they're rental or for sale units. For SB 6, there are no affordability requirements, but we don't have local inclusionary standards that would probably come into play in this case, but SB 35 could come into play. Now, these sorts of projects are supposed to be, once again, located in commercial areas, areas of employment, areas of mass transit, public transportation. And you can see they have a couple of other specific requirements. You couldn't locate these projects next to a site that is at least dedicated a third of its square footage to industrial uses. The density, you can see that they have minimum density requirements here. And you use either existing zoning standards, or if you don't have a standard like that, you use a closest parcel nearby. And there are other characteristics that must be satisfied in order to be eligible under AB 2011. And then for SB 6, it's got to be a site that is no greater than 20 acres and has to be either 100% residential or mixed use that is at least 50% residential. Okay, switching gears to accountability. There were 3 bills that were passed that increased the reporting requirements for us to the state. Next month, in February, your commission is going to receive the annual progress report that's going to explain our housing production over the last year. And we'll be providing 3 different pieces of information, actually 2 pieces of information, and there's one potential if we don't comply. AB 1743 just requires us now to state whether or not the projects that we report are either ministerial or discretionary. AB 2011, which I summarized earlier, we now just need to report if there's a project that relies upon AB 2011 in our reporting, annual report. And then finally, there are new hatchets that HCD can bring down on us if we fail to properly report on our progress. And there's a procedure that HCD will go through where they will notify us in writing. It gives us an opportunity to correct the error, and if we do not do so, they can report us to the big bad Attorney General. Okay. With regard to ministerial and streamlined approval processes, we had AB 2234. This is dealing with post-entitlement phases of the development process. And by post-entitlement, effectively what it means is the different types of permits, approvals, authorizations that one needs to obtain after you obtain your zoning permits in order to implement a project. So these are things like building permits, grading permits, and this applies to projects that are at least 2/3 residential. Projects that are exempt from this would be those which are discretionary and subject to the Permit Streamlining Act. But if you don't fall in that category, what the law says is that within 15 days of receiving an application, we effectively have to make a completeness determination and respond to the applicant in writing, informing them as to how they need to complete the application. And then after the application is deemed complete, it establishes a shot clock for us to make a determination on the project. And for projects that are 25 units or less, we have to make that determination within 30 days. If it's over 25 units, it's within 60 days. If we blow the deadlines, it's considered to be a violation of the Housing Accountability Act. So all of the penalties that could occur would result at that point if state HCD wants to. AB 2234 also requires us, that is those who are issuing post entitlements, to publish the list of information by 2024. We got to provide examples of qualifying plans and applications for various units. And then if we can't do so, provide that information via email. All right, SB 886, sponsored by Senator Wiener. You could call this the UC Berkeley giveaway. So this one came about last year when UC Berkeley was sponsoring a housing project in the Bay Area, and they started to experience a substantial amount of opposition to the project. So they lobbied the state and actually had this new CEQA exemption adopted. And what it does is it establishes a CEQA exemption through 2030 for projects that are sponsored by the UC, California State system, or part of the community college system. They're owned by one of those respective institutions. And then there's a number of criteria that you must satisfy in order to be able to meet the exemption. So it's things like you need platinum level LEED certification for your buildings, got to mitigate construction impacts, and you got to avoid resource or hazardous areas. All right, last but not least, and threw this one in just for giggles because I had to read this one I don't know how many times to figure out how you interpret it. It is not a model in clarity, but this is AB 2097, sponsored by Assemblyperson Friedman. And bear with me because it's an interesting one. It starts off by saying first, we local jurisdictions are prohibited from enforcing parking requirements on certain qualifying projects that are located within a half-mile of public transit. So it seems to strip away our authority, right? But then it says, for every good rule, there's always an exception. And it says, except if by not imposing the parking regulations, we would have a substantial adverse impact to very low or low-income housing, satisfy our regional housing need, or it's for special housing for elderly or disabled, or if there's already adequate parking within a half mile of the project site, we could impose parking. Except if it's a project, a housing project that has at least 20% for very low, moderate households, students, elderly persons, is greater than 20 units, or it's subject to parking reductions pursuant to another law. In those situations, you would not be applying it. So it's lovely. Yeah, it's a three-parter. So first off, it says we can't impose parking requirements for certain qualifying projects. But then it says, if in doing that, it would have an adverse impact to any of those three situations in the lower left-hand bullets, we could enforce parking. But then it says, actually, you don't have to apply it. I mean, if you have those other projects on the right-hand side, if you're any one of those, then you're back into the first situation where we are not imposing parking. So it says, you can't impose it, but yet you can. No, actually you can't. 1, 2, and 3. Then you're not subject to the parking. It is great. This is the stuff that keeps you attorneys in business.
Is it less than 20 units or greater than?
Oh, excuse me, less than 20 units, pardon me, yeah. So basically what they're saying is, okay, we don't want local jurisdictions imposing parking requirements on these certain housing projects because we want to see them come into play. But something happened and they were concerned that there would be an adverse effect to those certain projects down in the lower left-hand side of the slide. So they had a carve out for that. But then they said, actually, there's certain classes of projects that are so important, we don't want them subject to that carve out. That is what you get on the right-hand side.
So basically, anybody who's making their garage, you need to do,
Yeah, we need to have our own.
So basically, anybody who's putting a garage or a two ADU units on their property, they don't have to meet the parking requirements
Possibly.
because it's less than 20 units.
Possibly, but there are other qualifying
Oh, okay.
criteria, provided they can meet those. And I did not list all of those here. You can take a look at the law. But yeah, theoretically, that is the case. But
So it is, just to add on to what Dan's saying, it is, I mean, the exception to the exception is really about making sure that affordable housing isn't impacted by our parking requirements, right, Dan?
for the certain class of
Yeah,
projects right there,
so
yeah.
if you have at least 20% very low, moderate households, students, the elderly, or persons with disabilities, and those are all independent of one another, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So where we need housing, they're saying you still can exempt them from parking. So in those categories, we can exempt them from providing parking.
I didn't spend too
Which
much
is-
time on this, but there's got to be a more succinct, clear way to state that.
And I would say it's not, in reality, most of those projects would be applying for state density bonus, right? So if you're doing 20% very low and low or moderate, you might, even with students or mostly seniors, you would see that. Probably people with disabilities, you would see that. They can already get a concession for parking. So what's happening is these laws are overlapping one another in ways that make it confusing for agencies to try and implement, and they're kind of doing the same thing as some of the existing laws already do. So it seems like every legislator in the state of California wants to put their name on a bill to promote housing.
Yeah, and the reason I was asking that is because I know it's not within the county jurisdiction. But in Santa Maria, they're developing that drive-in out there, and the biggest complaints that I'm seeing just through newspapers is parking. Everybody's going to be parking in our neighborhood, and it seems that's going to be pushed to the wayside if you're at least less than 20 units, at least under some circumstances. Thank you. Okay.
That's definitely the trend. Yeah, and just to add on to what Director Plowman said, that was just trying to sort out one bill, right? Now you put all these together and it is extraordinarily confusing, especially, I mean, and I even talk about housing element update law, which can send you into, the ether thinking about things. So you have to be very careful when you're going through these laws. They're very specific, and you got to look at them in their totality, because there are a lot of different options now available for developers going forward. So, well, with that said, you have a couple of actions. You receive and file this report, and then find that the receipt and filing of this report is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guideline sections cited on this screen. And I'm more happy to answer any other questions you might have. I don't know if we have public comment either. But thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Delightful way to spend the afternoon. How about questions for Mr. Clement? Commissioner Park.
So just thinking about whether I want to come back to the Planning Commission next year or run off to Venezuela or something. With some of the reforming legislation we've had in the last few years, it required us to have implementing ordinances. And of course, with ADUs, we got to do it twice. Our first ADU ordinance, then we had to redo it again like a year or two later. Yeah, that's the question. To what degree will these ordinances require us to do matching ordinance changes, which goes to what I want to not be sleeping about next year, I guess.
Yes, Commissioner Park, through the chair. Most of the laws, it's optional whether or not we want to adopt implementing ordinances, but if you don't do that, then you need to rely upon state law. Our goal, though, is to adopt as many implementing ordinances as possible, such that you can control what you can. You don't leave things up to chance, so to speak, or interpretation as to how we're going to interpret our code. So, for example, when it comes to the ADUs law, when those changes become effective on the 1st, we don't have to change our ordinance, but we have to figure out how we're going to implement state law, because what it says is, at least for the portions of our ordinances that are inconsistent with state law, we must now rely upon state law. So we'll do things like come up with guidance documents for folks if or until we get an ordinance to you and ultimately the board that says, okay, this is how we're going to interpret state law and apply it here in our jurisdiction. For some of the density bonus laws, like the Middle Class Housing Act, you saw we have the option of doing so, and there's a CEQA exemption you could use. So point is, it will streamline the procedure to get ordinance in effect. You could exercise that. But like I said, until you do that, yeah, you have to go look at state law itself and do your best to try to interpret and apply it on a case-by-case basis.
You know, I think it's not me, I had nothing to do with it, you guys did. I'll use the example of the second round of the ADU legislation. I think that this county did a very good job of laying out for the public what's exempt from local development standards, what is not exempt from local development standards, what are the local development standards. We didn't absolutely have to do it, but by doing it, it was a form of outreach to the public that made things clear to the public what they had. So I thought it was a really good thing to do. And so I'm sure there's going to be some small counties that can't possibly have new ordinances, and they'll just say, if somebody comes up to the counter, go read the state law, go call Scott Wiener or something, and they'll explain it to you. But I think as part of making this available to the public, it's good to be really clear. So I do welcome those ordinance changes, even if they're not completely necessary. Thank you.
Commissioner Briley.
Sorry, okay, on slide 8, the Wachowski, detached ADUs may be less than or greater than 18 feet, is that what you meant? Or is it 18 feet from front property line? It's 18 feet high, right?
That's height.
Height, okay. Okay, and then,
Height.
this is just kind of mind-blowing. On AB 2011, so slide 11. So exempt from, so WIX is Affordable Housing and Road Jobs Act. Okay. Approve within 90 or 180 days. That means any, really? So we get a project for 80 units and it's 100% affordable housing, even upper median income. And we're supposed to approve within 90 days. Is that what I'm reading here?
Of completeness, yes. Or actually, not completeness, of the point at which we have deemed that their applicant is compliant with objective standards, with the standards that apply. And at that point, yeah, then the clock starts. You got 90 days to approve it. If it's 150 units or less, you got 180 days. If it's over 150 units, you got.
So this basically is contrary to the Permit Streamlining Act calendar, right? I mean, kind of, sort of. Well, I guess. I wouldn't say it's contrary. I would say it is, it takes it to a new level, is what it does. Stated pro-housing director Plowman.
But what it does is, these are projects that are going to be processed ministerially. So Project Streamlining Act kind of is more in effect when we're dealing with discretionary permits, right? So basically, this isn't that different than SB 35, which is we have to make a determination whether or not they conform to our requirements. And then once we make that determination, we have 60 days to approve it.
Okay, and we have one of those cases, the one up in...
In Orcutt.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a case in Orcutt, yeah. So it's again, like I'm saying, is like there are already laws in place that are similar in nature and do these things. You know, SB 35 is more restrictive. Like, I don't know why they just don't amend SB 35 and not do all these other things, but that's what they're doing. But this one is focused on commercial zones, right? So this is about making housing more viable in a commercial zone district.
Okay. Okay, so...
Did I get that right?
Just one addition. I had to go back here because, what really to add on to what Director Plowman said, yeah, there needs to be an overhaul of the state government code, especially when it comes to housing law, because it is such a nightmare now. And I bring this up because there was only one law proposing to fix or clarify existing state law. It was the renaming and clarifications, and we only have one law, but that should be number one because, yeah, it's getting to the point where it's getting a little bit ridiculous seeing how many intelligent people are trying to interpret these laws between legal counsels, planning professionals, state officials who are supposed to enforce the law don't even really know. It's pretty out of hand.
It's gotten very, very complex. And it's hard for agencies to even keep up on what's being promulgated by the state. So I can understand why it may be confusing for members of the public and certainly even our commission, you know.
But the consequences are potentially severe if you do happen to be slow or tossing it back and forth among staff and maybe a hearing before the commission and it's not settled, so it comes back. Could a developer argue that your regulations are great, but they don't apply now because you've taken too long? I'm on my own. Isn't that a downside of either ignoring or going slower than the deadlines?
Absolutely. I mean, that we seek to meet the deadlines.
Yeah.
And housing isn't the only area where we're getting these kind of shot clocks. I mean, we've seen it with telecommunications facilities and things like that. So we seek to meet the deadlines because we want to be able to apply our objective standards and you guide the development where we can. It's getting a little more limited, but we do still have the ability to apply standards, objective standards, not discretionary standards, but objective ones, to projects that are subject to some of these laws.
But just preparing the commissions, the boards of architectural review, et cetera, where those apply, is a separate challenge for staff before you ever get to presenting a case to the commission as to whether it applies or
And a lot of these projects don't go through Board of Architectural Review because that's discretionary.
Yeah.
So that's what we have seen. Like we have a couple of projects on the ground that have utilized some of these laws. We have one in Sandy Annette, or I don't think it's broken ground yet, maybe, or maybe it did. I can't remember. It was by the Maverick. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and everybody was struggling with the land use consistency there
Oh,
with
yeah.
the bar. Yeah.
Right.
And after we all
was that
bled and went out on a limb,
Yeah.
our housing authority sold it to the Maverick owner, and it's a parking lot event site. Because, oh, you didn't know this?
I did not know
yes,
this.
because the property owner said, you know what, the bass frequency sound coming from that, from our music is going to drive all your residents crazy. And, which kind of seemed like something I asked about during the hearing.
I remember that.
And then Housing Authority said, yeah, you're right, okay. And then they sold it to him. So
they
now,
sold it
the
to
owner of
the
the
bar.
Maverick owns that property. And right now, it's parking and sort of a outdoor event site, and he's going to maybe ask for our approval to do something a little bit more to make it more of an outdoor event site.
Interesting.
Yes, isn't that intriguing?
And I believe there's another project up there that was proposed by Frank Thompson.
Well, that was Frank's project.
Was that Frank's project?
Yeah, it was the supportive
Yeah,
housing
Yes, it was the
project.
supportive housing.
Yeah.
Okay, so wow.
And it was
That's very
was
interesting.
that SB 35? Is that what
It was AB 2162, which is supportive. He has another one in Mission Hills.
Oh, yeah, and I walked around for months with a target on my back.
Yeah.
Shoot this planning commissioner.
Yeah.
And then they sold it.
And you couldn't not approve it, right? I mean, that was
No,
why you had
no,
the target
we
on it.
couldn't.
No one to show.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
anyway.
Right.
But that's an aside.
That is.
Yeah, we
yes.
could, you know.
Yes, we could go on about those things.
I do have a question just generally, and then also a little announcement on this that Dan will appreciate. Just big picture, when I look at what we take time to do, the planning apparatus on a project, we look at building issues and architecture and all that. Put that aside, because if this is going to be on these streamlined time periods can't do all that. One thing we look at is impact on different environmental resources and all that. Okay, I don't quite understand where the time is to do that. But one very important thing that happens is analysis of traffic problems and how to mitigate that and putting in new lights or widening roadways and all those things. And we kind of pass that on to the developer. I'm speaking big picture. Do we have time to do that kind of thing with these shortened time periods? Because if we don't, then it kind of tells me, hey, the developer says, I'm going to put this in, and you guys figure out how to deal with the public on your roadways later, and you spend the money, we won't. Be cynical.
Yeah, Commissioner Park, through the chair. With traffic impacts in particular, that one's interesting because the logic behind these laws, right or wrong, whether or not you agree with it, is that, hey, where they're located should mitigate the vehicle miles traveled aspect of it. But when it comes to traffic congestion, like what you're talking about, number one, that's no longer a CEQA environmental issue. Right. But we may, as part of our general plan, have standards that we impose. So unless you can come up with an objective way of conducting that analysis, it's going to be more and more difficult to analyze those sorts of impacts and try to mitigate lowercase m those impacts. What I would say is that traffic congestion, level of service modeling, it's much more accessible to more traffic engineers. More people can do it. It's not as advanced as VMTs, but it still can be done. But the question is whether or not you could do it fast enough and adequately. That's the question. I don't know. It's yet to be seen. What I think also too, and hearing about these laws, it can be shocking because you're getting a lot, and it appears like there's a lot being stripped away, and there's a lot happening, no doubt. But you got to look at the practical reality of developing a site. This is not opening up the floodgates for development in Santa Barbara County. You're going to see maybe one-off projects that are maybe find a site that they could check all the qualifying criteria boxes and say, yeah, I can make this happen here, and get all of your investors lined up, get all the timing lined up, all of that. That's not easy. So I just don't see this having a dramatic effect like it's kind of being portrayed. That's my projection. Hopefully I don't eat my words in 10 years, but that just seems to be the trend. Despite, because these laws have been, there have been similar laws being passed like these now for close to like half to now close to a decade probably. And with the exceptional one-off cases that we hear down in Santa Monica stuff, it just isn't happening. So we're a rural county for the most part. These are all supposed to be in urban areas, so we don't have that much vacant urban area or places that can accommodate this. It's too expensive.
It's just, sorry. I have a couple other questions too.
Go ahead. Commissioner Riley.
And then when you're done, I
That's-
wanted to make a little announcement that relates to this.
Okay. That's very consoling. I appreciate that because, I think it's completely robbing land use planning logic from local agencies, but that's been going on for a couple of years here with the state. And the other Frank Thompson one I'm thinking about is in the urban area on Patterson, across from the Trudy Carey site, and that was he voluntarily went to SBAR and got some feedback, and it's done. We never saw it, and otherwise we would have. Anyway, there's another question I had on slide 12. This thing about the prevailing wage, and I'm familiar with public agency contracts where you've had contracting agreements built into development plan conditions when you're going to a local agency project hearing. Whether it's in my case, my public works projects or fire station, that the lobbyists for union interests has gotten really high in the last 5 to 7 years. Is this the first time that we've seen this coming in through housing legislation where now, they're going to be required to have prevailing wage and apparently apprenticeship programs? Are we seeing this union push into housing production? Is this kind of new, or has this been around for a while?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair, it's not new. It's been around. I can't recall the exact bill, but there was at least one bill about a half-plus decade ago, which prevailing wage considerations were already being integrated into these laws in order to satisfy the labor union lobbying that was occurring at the state level. and then to avoid sequel lawsuits for projects that occur later based on social economic reasons, not environmental ones.
Okay. That was all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Park?
Yeah, if we're done with the questions, yes. Make a related announcement that Mr. Clemon and me and Jay Higgins talk about a set of people with no filters are going to do, we're going to do a program in January, and it's going to be about this topic. And it's going to be a lot like the program I did with Director Plowman 3 years ago. There's a reason for the 3 years. Lawyers that have licenses are divided into 3 groups. And each group, every 3 years, has to produce legal education. And wise old lawyer that I am, and being bored with watching other people try to educate me after all these years, I found that for every 1 hour of teaching a class, I got 4 hours of credit. So every 3 years, I teach some classes. That's why you and I taught one. And it was well received. And it was about new legislation as of that time, but also, is the stuff working, the recent stuff? So we're going to kind of do the same thing. And Jay will give us a city point of view. That'll be pretty interesting. So that'll be kind of the middle of January, and anybody who wants to come and watch or kibitz or throw tomatoes, you're welcome to it. So there we are. Thanks, Dan. Very good job.
Anything else from the commission this afternoon? Well, it's better to get a peek under the tent than just be shut out altogether. So we do appreciate you keeping up on these things for us, because if you just read what's in the press, you get depressed. And there's some hope out there, and I think we need to keep fighting the fight for the sake of our county. I want to wish everybody in the room and not in the room, but helpful, our planning development staff, very happy holidays. A few weeks now before we get to meet again, but I'm optimistic that we'll have a good start to the year in January, and everybody will be rested, healthy, and back to work when the year starts.
Can I make a comment expressing gratitude to you for your service as our chair? Allow me to do that.
Thank you, but no thanks. No.
Well, I'm going to anyway, because, I go through these hearings and I just have to stop myself because I feel like saying Professor Cooney. And so I'm going to say Professor Cooney this time. It's the end of the year. But that's what it reminds me. You've been like a professor to the rest of us, and that's been very good for our demeanor and our progress. And they've all been tough years. I mean, poor Commissioner Bradley had to take over his chair during this insane pandemic and Zoom, and then Commissioner Freeney kind of came in and calmed it all down, and then you've taken over in this crazy era. So everybody's done an exceptional job, but I think you really have, and you've displayed a great deal of patience towards all of us, and particularly me, which I really appreciate. So thank you very much, Professor Cooney, for your great service as our chairperson.
Thank you all. I'm looking forward to sharing the chair responsibilities with you in particular, and we'll see how long you can tolerate my comments.
I don't listen, so it doesn't matter.
This is a great group to work with. Despite the fact that we now have 4 lawyers on the board, we were able to function and even once in a while enlighten the public and our commission with things that we've read in ways lawyers can. So I'm happy to be a part of this commission, and I'm sure happy with the support staff we have.
Who got a law degree when I wasn't looking? Yeah, Larry and my dad was a lawyer, but I'm not one, so it was still 3, right?
No, I was thinking about Dan Blau, actually.
Oh,
and,
okay.
While he's not literally sitting here with us, he's not far away, and
That's
you know how
true.
many times his name gets mentioned. So
When he had the hip
you're right.
pocket law degree, okay.
Okay, everybody,
Thank you.
have a great
Oh,
time.
I'm sorry, just Professor Cooney, one more thing before we go. I don't believe we actually called for public comment on that last item.
Oh.
And we do have someone on Zoom. I'm not sure if he wanted to speak, but I just want to offer the opportunity.
Okay, by all means.
Mayor of Santa Barbara in here just a few moments ago.
So, Mr. Smigel is still with us. So, Mr. Smigel, did you wish to speak on this item? Perhaps not, but
That's
I want
all
to give him the opportunity.
It's your invariable effort to bring the public into our deliberations, and thank you, David, for trying, and you always do. So, what?
So I think we're discussing whether. So I think Mr. Clement had a
Motion?
recommended motion at the end of
Yeah.
his presentation.
I saw it. Who wants to make it? Commissioner Bridley?
Move we accept the report and find that the receipt of the report was not a project under CEQA. It's therefore exempt.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Bridley?
I'll second.
All right, roll call, please.
Commissioner Bradley,
Aye.
Commissioner Park,
Yes.
Commissioner Farini,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Chair Cooney.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Another 100% in agreement day. Fantastic.
All right.
Meeting adjourned.